Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Not gonna lie, it's kind of wild how much time has slipped by since the last upload. So, thanks for sticking around. Honestly, things have been a little all over the place, but the team's been working behind the scenes, tweaking and reworking things to make these nights even dreamier. Tonight, things are a bit different. 2 hours of brand new, true scary Reddit stories, all carefully curated and adapted by us. Because, believe it or not, people have been straight up copying our stuff. So, every story is reimagined, but always keeps that unsettling, true real life edge. After the stories, there'll be 4 hours of rain. We're playing around with the length of the rain just to see what works best for everyone. So, if there's a sweet spot that just feels right, drop it in the comments. Honestly, every bit of feedback helps shape these uploads. We have also added story titles to help us track each scary story. If a story title really sticks, drop it in the comments too, because if enough people vibe with a particular story, we'll bring it to life visually over on Interscare YouTube channel. Kind of obsessed with that idea, not gonna lie. It's just, there's something about letting the ordinary turn strange, letting the unknown creep in at the edges, that makes these nights feel a little less quiet, a little more electric. So, settle in, let the stories drift, and see which ones linger after the rain.
The night bell. I moved to the village of Dunswell in the dead of winter, when the sky was always gray and the air tasted of wood smoke and frost. The village was old, older than the roads that wound through it, older than the stone church that stood at its center. I rented a cottage on the edge of the village, a squat, lopsided thing with a thatched roof and a single crooked chimney. The landlord, a man named Mr. Pritchard, handed me the keys with a warning. If you hear the bell at night, do not answer. Stay inside. Lock your doors. I laughed, thinking it was a local superstition, and promised to be careful. The cottage was cold and drafty, the windows rattling in the wind, but it was mine, and I filled it with books and blankets and the smell of strong tea. I spent my days exploring the village, learning the names of the streets and the faces of the people. The villagers were polite but distant, their eyes sliding away from mine, their voices dropping to whispers when I passed. At night, the village changed, the streets emptied, the lights in the windows flickered out, and a hush settled over everything, as if the world were holding its breath. I would sit by the fire, listening to the wind howl around the cottage, and tell myself I was safe. The first time I heard the bell, it was just after midnight. I was reading in bed, the fire burning low, when a single clear note rang out across the village. It was a sound unlike any I had ever heard, high and cold, sharp as a knife. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened as the bell rang again and again, each note echoing through the darkness. I got up and went to the window. The village was silent, the streets empty, the church steeple lost in the fog. The bell rang a fourth time and then fell silent. I waited, but nothing happened. I went back to bed, telling myself it was just the wind, or a trick of the old church bell. The next morning, the village was quieter than usual. The baker's wife watched me with wide, frightened eyes as I bought my bread. The postman handed me my letters with trembling hands. When I asked about the bell, they shook their heads and hurried away. That night, the bell rang again. This time, I counted 7 notes, each one colder than the last. I stayed in bed, the covers pulled up to my chin, listening as the sound faded into the darkness. I dreamed of a figure standing at the end of my bed, its face hidden in shadow, its hand reaching out to touch my cheek. The dreams grew worse. I would wake in the night to the sound of footsteps outside the cottage, slow and deliberate, crunching through the frost. Sometimes, I would hear a voice calling my name, soft and urgent, just beyond the door. I started locking the doors and windows, piling furniture against the entrance, but the feeling of being watched never left me. One morning, I found footprints in the snow outside the cottage, bare human footprints leading from the road to my door and back again. The prints were long and narrow, the toes splayed wide, the skin dark with frostbite. I followed them to the edge of the village where they vanished into the woods. I asked Mr. Pritchard about the bell, about the footprints, about the dreams. He looked at me for a long time, his eyes dark and tired. "The bell is a warning," he said. "It rings for those who are marked. If you hear it, stay inside. Do not answer the door. Do not look outside, no matter what you hear." I tried to follow his advice, but the bell rang more often now, sometimes twice in a single night. The dreams grew more vivid. I would find myself standing in the churchyard, the graves open and empty, the fog swirling around my feet. The figure from my dreams would be waiting, its face pale and blurred, its eyes black and endless. It would reach for me, its fingers cold as ice, and I would wake screaming, the sound of the bell still ringing in my ears. The villagers avoided me now. They crossed the street when they saw me, their faces pale with fear. I tried to leave, but every road out of the village was blocked by fallen trees, by snowdrifts, by something I could not see. My phone lost signal. The radio faded to static, the world shrinking to the size of the village and the woods beyond. One night, the bell rang 12 times. I sat by the fire, every light in the cottage burning, the doors and windows locked and barred. The wind howled around the house, rattling the shutters, and I heard footsteps on the porch, slow and heavy. A voice called my name, soft and pleading, the sound of it twisting in my chest. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the voice grew louder, more insistent. The bell rang again, a single, shattering note, and the door shook in its frame. I saw a shadow pass by the window, tall and thin, its face pressed to the glass. I closed my eyes and counted to 10, but the voice did not stop. When I opened my eyes, the fire had gone out. The room plunged into darkness. The bell rang one last time, and the door creaked open. The figure stood in the doorway, its eyes black and endless, its mouth stretched in a wide, hungry grin. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The figure stepped into the room, its hands reaching for me, its fingers cold and sharp. I felt the world tilt, the darkness pressing in, the sound of the bell echoing in my bones. When I woke, the cottage was empty, the fire cold, the door standing open to the gray morning. The villagers would not meet my eyes. The bell has not rung since. But sometimes, at night I hear footsteps on the porch, and a voice calling my name from the darkness. I do not answer, I do not look outside, and I wonder how long I can stay inside before the bell rings for me again. The Gathering at number 12. Number 12 on Maple Crescent was a house people didn't talk about, not directly. It was always that place or the old one with the ivy, and if you asked about it, the neighbors would change the subject or glance away, as if the house itself might overhear. It was a tall, narrow building, pressed between two others like a secret, its windows always shuttered, its garden wild and overgrown. I moved in because it was cheap, and because I was tired of living with my sister after the divorce. I told myself I didn't care about the rumors, that I didn't believe in haunted houses or bad luck. The first week, I barely noticed anything strange. The house was cold, but it was winter, and the radiators clanked and hissed like old men clearing their throats. The floors creaked, but all old houses do. I spent my evenings unpacking, making lists of things to fix, and watching the streetlights flicker through the lace curtains. It was the second week when I started to feel it, the sense of being watched, the way the air seemed to thicken in certain rooms, the way the shadows in the hallway stretched just a little too far. I told myself it was nerves, or maybe loneliness. I tried to fill the house with noise, the radio, the television, the kettle boiling, but the quiet always crept back in, settling over everything like a heavy blanket. One night, I woke to the sound of voices downstairs. At first, I thought it was the radio, left on by mistake, but the voices were too soft, too close, murmuring in a language I didn't recognize. I crept to the top of the stairs and listened, my heart pounding. The voices rose and fell, sometimes laughing, sometimes whispering, sometimes pausing, as if waiting for someone to answer. I stood there for a long time, afraid to go down, afraid to move. In the morning, the house was silent. I checked every room, but there was no sign of anyone. The front door was locked, the windows closed. I told myself it was a dream. But that night, the voices returned, louder this time, filling the house with their strange, lilting music. I started to notice other things. The way the pictures on the walls seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. The way the mirrors reflected rooms I didn't recognize. The way the air in the dining room always smelled faintly of smoke and old perfume. Sometimes I would find objects moved. A book left open to a different page. A chair pulled out from the table. A teacup set on the windowsill. Once I found a single black glove on the banister, still warm to the touch. The neighbors avoided me now. They crossed the street when they saw me, their faces tight with worry or fear. I tried to ask the woman next door about the house, but she just shook her head and hurried inside, slamming the door behind her. The voices grew bolder. Some nights I would hear footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate, pausing outside my bedroom door. I started locking the door at night, pushing a chair under the handle, but the footsteps always stopped just outside, as if waiting for me to invite them in. One evening, as I was making tea, I heard laughter in the dining room. I peeked in and saw a group of people gathered around the table, their faces pale and blurred, their clothes old-fashioned and stained with shadows. They raised their glasses in a silent toast, their eyes fixed on me, and I stumbled back, dropping the teapot. When I looked again, the room was empty, the table bare. I tried to leave, but the front door wouldn't open. The key turned in the lock, but the door stayed shut, the wood cold and unyielding. I ran to the back door, but it was the same. The windows wouldn't budge, the glass thick and cloudy. I was trapped. The voices grew louder, filling the house with their strange echoing song. The people in the dining room appeared more often, their faces growing clearer, their eyes brighter. They beckoned to me, their hands pale and thin, their smiles wide and hungry. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating. I wandered the house at night, listening to the voices, watching the gatherings in the dining room. Sometimes I would find myself standing at the head of the table, a glass in my hand, the others waiting for me to speak. I never remembered how I got there, or what I said, but I always woke in my own bed, the sheets cold and damp with sweat. The house is never quiet now. The gatherings happen every night, the laughter and music spilling out into the hallway, the shadows dancing on the walls. I see the neighbors watching from their windows, their faces pale with fear or pity. I try to wave, to call for help, but my voice is lost in the noise. I don't know how long I've been here. The days blur together, the nights stretch on forever. Sometimes I think I see new faces at the table, people I almost recognize. My sister, my ex-husband, the woman from next door. They raise their glasses and smile, their eyes shining in the candlelight. If you find yourself at number 12 and you hear laughter in the night, do not go inside. Do not answer the voices. Do not join the gathering. The house is always hungry, always waiting for someone new to take their place at the table. And once you sit down, you may never leave. The night the sirens didn't stop. I grew up in a town where nothing ever happened. The kind of place where the biggest news was a new stop sign or a lost dog. We had one grocery store, one gas station, and a single ancient firehouse that doubled as the town hall. The siren on top of the firehouse was a relic from the 1950s. A squat, rusted thing that only ever went off for the monthly test or the rare small fire. When it wailed, everyone in town paused, counted the seconds, and then went back to their business. The night the sirens didn't stop, I was 17, sitting in my room with the window open, the summer air thick and heavy. I was reading, half listening to the crickets and the distant hum of a TV from the living room, when the siren started. It was a long rising wail, the kind that made your skin prickle and your heart skip a beat. I glanced at the clock, 9:13 p.m., and waited for it to fade. But it didn't. The sound kept rising higher and higher, until it felt like it was vibrating in my bones. I got up and went to the window. The street was empty, the houses dark, except for the flicker of blue light from a neighbor's TV. The siren kept going, a single unbroken note that seemed to fill the whole world. My parents came into my room, their faces pale. My dad tried calling the firehouse, but the line was busy. My mom turned on the radio, but all we got was static. The siren kept wailing, louder now as if it were right outside the window. People started coming out of their houses, gathering in the street in small, nervous groups. I saw Mr. Jenkins from next door still in his pajamas, clutching his dog to his chest. Mrs. Alvarez from down the block was crying, her hands pressed to her ears. The whole town was out there, staring up at the firehouse, waiting for someone to tell us what to do. Then the lights went out. Every house, every street lamp, even the firehouse itself gone in an instant, leaving us standing in the dark, the siren still screaming. Someone shouted, and people started to panic, running back to their homes, slamming doors, locking windows. My parents pulled me inside, bolted the door, and drew the curtains. We sat in the living room, candles flickering, the siren a constant presence, drilling into our skulls. My dad tried the phone again, but there was nothing, not even a dial tone. My mom held my hand, her grip tight and trembling. After an hour, the siren changed. The pitch dropped, the sound warbling and broken. Like a record played too slow, it started to pulse, a slow throbbing beat that seemed to sync with my heartbeat. I felt dizzy, sick to my stomach, like the world was tilting under my feet. That's when the knocking started. Soft at first, just a gentle tap at the back door. Then harder, more insistent, moving from window to window, door to door. We sat frozen, listening as the knock circled the house, always just out of sight. I wanted to look to see who or what was out there, but my parents wouldn't let me. My dad whispered that we should stay away from the windows, that we should pretend we weren't home. My mom started to pray, her voice shaking. The knocking stopped, and for a moment, the only sound was the siren, still pulsing, still wrong. Then from outside we heard voices. Not words, exactly, but a low, guttural chanting, rising and falling in time with the siren. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it didn't help. The sound was inside my head, crawling under my skin. I don't know how long we sat there, huddled together in the dark. Time seemed to stretch and bend, the siren and the chanting weaving together into a single, endless note. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I remember is waking to silence. The sun was rising, pale and cold. The power was back, the clocks blinking 12:01. My parents were asleep on the couch, my mom's hand still clutching mine. I got up and went to the window. The street was empty. No cars, no people, not even birds. The firehouse stood silent, the siren still and dark. I stepped outside, the grass wet with dew, and walked down the street. Doors hung open, lights flickered in empty rooms, but there was no one there. It was as if the whole town had vanished, leaving only me and the echo of the siren in my ears. I walked to the firehouse, my footsteps the only sound. The door was unlocked, swinging open with a groan. Inside, the air was cold and stale, the walls lined with old photos and yellowed newspaper clippings. The siren sat on the roof, silent now, but I could still feel its vibration in my bones. I climbed the stairs to the roof, the metal steps cold under my feet. The town stretched out below me, empty and still. I looked at the siren, its mouth open to the sky, and for a moment I thought I saw something moving inside, a shadow, shifting and writhing, just out of sight. I turned and ran, not stopping until I was back home. The door locked behind me. My parents were gone, the house empty. I called their names, searched every room, but there was no trace of them. No sign they'd ever been there at all. I'm still here, waiting for the siren to start again. Sometimes at night I hear knocking at the door, soft and insistent, and voices chanting in the dark. I don't answer. I just sit in the living room, candles flickering, and wait for the sun to rise. And I wonder if anyone will ever come back, or if I'm the only one left, listening for the siren that never really stopped. The Watcher in the Woods. In the woods. I grew up in a small town bordered by dense, tangled woods. The forest was a constant presence, looming at the edge of every backyard, its trees crowding close together, their branches knitting into a canopy that blocked out the sun. As a child, I was warned not to wander too far, not to stray from the marked trails, but the woods always called to me, promising secrets and adventure. When I was 12, my family moved to a house that backed right up to the forest. My bedroom window looked out over the trees, and at night I would lie awake listening to the wind rustling through the leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the occasional snap of a branch. Sometimes I thought I saw movement between the trunks, a flicker of pale light or the glint of eyes reflecting the moon. One autumn, after the first frost, I started noticing strange things in the woods. Small piles of stones appeared at the base of certain trees, stacked with careful precision. Twigs were woven into odd shapes and hung from low branches, swaying in the breeze. Once I found a circle of mushrooms, perfectly round, with a single black feather in the center. I asked my parents about it, but they just shrugged, saying it was probably the work of local kids or animals. My friends teased me, calling me superstitious, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching. One evening, as the sun was setting, I was walking home along the edge of the woods when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, expecting to see a neighbor or a stray dog, but the path was empty. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, matching my pace. I quickened my steps, heart pounding, and the footsteps grew faster, closing the distance between us. I broke into a run, bursting through the back gate and slamming it shut behind me. I looked back, but the woods were still, the shadows deepening as night fell. I told myself it was just my imagination, the echo of my own footsteps, but I started avoiding the woods after dark. That winter, the strange signs multiplied. More stone piles, more woven twigs, more circles of mushrooms. Sometimes, I found footprints in the snow, long and narrow, leading from the trees to the edge of our yard and back again. My parents said it was just deer, but the prints were too deep, too human. One night I woke to the sound of tapping at my window. I sat up, heart racing, and saw a pale face pressed against the glass. Eyes wide and unblinking, mouth stretched in a silent grin. I screamed, and the face vanished, leaving only a smear of condensation on the pane. My parents searched the yard, but found nothing. They said it was a nightmare, a trick of the light. But I started sleeping with the curtains drawn and a flashlight under my pillow. Spring came, and the woods grew thick with new leaves, the shadows deeper than ever. I tried to forget about the watcher, to convince myself it was all in my head, but the feeling of being watched never left me. Sometimes, when I walked past the edge of the forest, I caught glimpses of movement between the trees, a flash of white, the curve of a shoulder, the glint of eyes in the darkness. Years have passed since then, and I've moved far from that little town, far from the woods that haunted my childhood. But sometimes, when I walk alone at dusk, I feel eyes on my back, and I remember the watcher in the woods, waiting just beyond the edge of the light, patient and silent, always watching. The faces in the wallpapers. I moved into the old boarding house on Elm Street because it was all I could afford. The ad said charming, historic, full of character. But when I arrived, the place looked tired and forgotten, its paint peeling, its porch sagging, its windows clouded with dust. The landlady, Mrs. Finch, was a small, sharp-eyed woman who spoke in whispers and moved with surprising speed. She handed me a heavy brass key and told me to keep to my room after dark. My room was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a narrow hallway that always seemed too long, no matter how many times I walked it. The wallpaper was old, a faded pattern of twisting vines and flowers, the colors dulled by time and neglect. The first night, I lay in bed listening to the house settle, the pipes groan, the wind rattle the window panes. I told myself it was just an old house, nothing more. But the next morning, as I was unpacking, I noticed something odd about the wallpaper. In the pale morning light, the pattern seemed to shift, the vines curling into shapes that looked almost like faces, eyes, mouths, the suggestion of a nose. I blinked, and the faces were gone, replaced by harmless flowers and leaves. I tried to ignore it, but the faces kept appearing. At night, when the shadows grew long and the corners of the room darkened, I would see them watching me, their eyes wide and unblinking, their mouths twisted in silent screams. Sometimes I thought I heard them whispering, their voices soft and urgent, just below the threshold of hearing. I asked Mrs. Finch about the wallpaper, but she just smiled, her lips thin and tight. "It's always been that way," she said. "Best not to look too closely." The other tenants avoided me. They shuffled past in the hallway, their eyes fixed on the floor, their faces pale and drawn. I tried to make conversation, but they would only shake their heads and hurry away, as if afraid to linger too long in the same place. The dream started in my 2nd week. I would find myself standing in the hallway, the wallpaper pulsing and shifting, the faces pressing out from the walls, their mouths moving in silent pleas. I would wake drenched in sweat, the sound of their whispers echoing in my ears. One night I woke to find the room freezing cold, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and old paper. The faces in the wallpaper were clearer than ever, their eyes following me as I sat up in bed. I heard a soft, scratching sound from the far wall, like fingernails dragging across plaster. I got up, heart pounding, and crossed the room. The wallpaper was peeling at the edges, the paper brittle and yellowed. I reached out and pulled at a loose corner, the paper tearing away in long curling strips. Beneath the wallpaper, the wall was covered in writing, hundreds of names scrawled in a frantic looping hand. Some were faded, almost illegible, while others looked fresh, the ink still wet. I found my own name near the bottom, written over and over, the letters growing larger and more desperate with each repetition. The faces in the wallpaper pressed closer, their mouths opening in silent screams. I stumbled back, tripping over the edge of the rug, and fell to the floor. The room spun, the walls closing in, the whispers rising to a deafening roar. I don't remember how I got out. I woke the next morning in my bed, the wallpaper smooth and unbroken, the faces gone, but the names were still there, just beneath the surface, waiting for someone to notice. I tried to leave, but the front door was locked, the key gone. Mrs. Finch just smiled when I asked, her eyes bright and cold. "You belong here now," she said. "We all do." The faces in the wallpaper watch me as I write this, their eyes wide and hungry. I hear them whispering my name, calling me to join them. I know soon I will. If you ever find yourself in a room with old curling wallpaper, do not look too closely, do not listen to the whispers. And whatever you do, do not write your name, because once you do, you will never leave. The shadows in the walls. When my mother died, I inherited her house on the edge of town. It was a 2-story Victorian, all gables and gingerbread trim, with a porch that wrapped around the front and a yard choked with weeds. I hadn't been back in years, not since I left for college, but the place was exactly as I remembered, except for the silence. The house felt empty in a way that made my skin crawl, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I moved in that September, telling myself I'd fix the place up, maybe sell it, and finally put the past behind me. The first few days were spent cleaning, hauling out boxes of old clothes and stacks of yellowed newspapers, scrubbing the kitchen until my hands ached. At night, I'd sit in the living room with a mug of tea, listening to the wind rattle the windows and the floorboards creak overhead. It didn't take long for the dreams to start. I'd wake in the small hours, heart pounding, certain I'd heard someone whispering my name from the hallway. Sometimes I'd see movement in the corner of my eye, a flicker of shadow slipping behind a door, a pale face reflected in the glass of the grandfather clock. I told myself it was just the house settling, the product of too many sleepless nights and too much grief. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I started keeping the lights on even when I went to bed, but the shadows seemed to gather in the corners, thick and restless. The air in the house felt heavy, charged with a tension I couldn't explain. I found myself avoiding certain rooms, especially the upstairs hallway, where the wallpaper peeled in long curling strips and the floor felt soft underfoot. One evening, as I was unpacking boxes in the attic, I found a stack of old journals tied with a faded ribbon. They belonged to my mother, her neat handwriting filling page after page. Most of the entries were mundane, grocery lists, notes about the garden, memories of my childhood. But as I read on, the tone shifted. She wrote about the house, about the way it changed after my father left, about the shadows that moved in the walls at night. They whisper to me, she wrote, they know my secrets. Sometimes I see them watching from the corners, waiting for me to fall asleep. I put the journals away, my hands shaking, and tried to forget what I'd read. But that night I woke to the sound of footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate, pausing outside my door. I lay perfectly still, listening as the footsteps moved on, fading into the distance. In the morning, I found muddy footprints on the carpet, leading from the front door to the base of the stairs. I started locking my bedroom door at night, but the dreams only got worse. I'd see myself wandering the house, opening doors that led to endless corridors, each one darker than the last. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of something moving just ahead of me, a shadow with too many arms, a face with empty eyes. The house began to change. Doors I was sure I'd closed would stand open in the morning. The clocks would stop at 3:17 every night, the same time I always woke from my nightmares. I found strange symbols scratched into the woodwork, hidden behind picture frames and under loose floorboards. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper, until it felt like the house was swallowing the light. One night I woke to the sound of whispering, louder than ever, coming from the walls themselves. I pressed my ear to the plaster and heard voices, dozens of them, all speaking at once. Some were angry, some pleading, some just repeating my name over and over. I stumbled back, heart racing, and saw a shadow detach itself from the corner and slide across the floor toward me. I ran, slamming the door behind me, but the whispering followed, growing louder, more insistent. The walls seemed to pulse with movement, the shadows writhing just beneath the surface. I grabbed my keys and fled the house, not stopping until I reached the safety of my car. I never went back. I sold the house to a developer, who tore it down and built a row of condos in its place. But sometimes when I drive past the empty lot, I see shadows moving in the windows, faces pressed to the glass, watching and waiting. And at night, in my new apartment, I sometimes wake to the sound of whispering in the walls, and I wonder if the shadows followed me, or if they were always there, waiting for someone to listen. The house that changed. When I first arrived in the town of Larkspur, I was running from something I couldn't name. I told myself it was just a job, an archivist position at the county library, a chance to start over in a place where no one knew me. Larkspur was small, the kind of town where the streets curled in on themselves and the houses seemed to lean together, whispering secrets. The air always smelled faintly of wood smoke and rain, and the townspeople had a way of looking at you as if they already knew your story. I rented a house on the edge of town, a squat gray place with a sagging porch and a yard full of wild violets. The landlord, Mr. Dorsey, was a thin, nervous man who handed me the keys with a warning. Don't go rearranging things too much. The house doesn't like it. He smiled, but his eyes were serious. I laughed, thinking it was just a local quirk, and promised to be careful. The first few weeks passed quietly. I spent my days cataloging old newspapers and town records, my evenings reading on the porch or walking the winding streets. The house was drafty, but comfortable, filled with mismatched furniture and the faint scent of lavender. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps in the attic, or the creak of a door opening somewhere upstairs, but I blamed the old bones of the house and the wind that always seemed to be prowling around the eaves. It was a month before I noticed anything truly strange. I came home one evening to find the living room rearranged. The armchair moved to the far corner, the rug rolled up and leaning against the wall, the books on the coffee table stacked in a neat, precise tower. I stood in the doorway, my heart thumping, and tried to remember if I'd left things that way. I hadn't. I was sure of it. I called Mr. Dorsey, but he just sighed. "It happens sometimes," he said. "Just put things back the way you like them. The house will settle down." I did as he said, but the next morning, the kitchen chairs were stacked on the table, and the silverware was arranged in a spiral on the floor. I started locking the doors and windows, but it made no difference. Every day, something was different. A lamp turned to face the wall. A picture hung upside down. A vase of dead flowers placed in the center of my bed. I tried to laugh it off to tell myself it was just a prank, or maybe I was sleepwalking, but the changes grew bolder. One night I woke to find all the doors in the house standing open, the cold wind blowing through every room. Another time I found a message scrawled in the dust on the hallway mirror. "Stay." I started to feel watched. The feeling was strongest in the evenings, as the light faded and the shadows grew long. I would catch glimpses of movement in the corners of my eyes, a shape slipping down the hallway, a face reflected in the dark window glass. The house seemed to breathe around me, the walls pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm. The townspeople grew distant. At the library, people would lower their voices when I entered, their eyes sliding away from mine. When I asked about the house, they would change the subject or offer vague warnings. "It's always been that way," Mrs. Heller, the head librarian, told me. "Some houses just don't want to be lived in." I started keeping a journal, recording every change, every odd sound, every dream. The dreams were the worst, vivid, shifting things full of endless hallways and locked doors, voices whispering in languages I didn't understand. Sometimes I would wake to find the journal open on my pillow, a new entry written in handwriting that wasn't mine. One night I woke to the sound of music, soft, distant, the notes drifting down from the attic. I climbed the stairs, the boards cold under my feet, and found the attic door ajar. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the scent of old paper. In the center of the room was a circle of chairs, each one facing inward, empty except for a single faded photograph placed on every seat. The photographs were all of me, taken from behind, from the side, from the window as I read on the porch. I stumbled back, slamming the door, and ran downstairs. The house seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing tight, the air growing colder. I tried to leave, but the front door wouldn't budge, the lock frozen in place. I pounded on the glass, screaming for help, but the street outside was empty, the town silent. The next morning, everything was back to normal. The doors were closed, the furniture in its place, the photographs gone. I tried to convince myself it was a dream, a trick of the mind. But the feeling of being watched never left me. I called Mr. Dorsey again, desperate for answers. He listened in silence, then said, "You have to make peace with it. The house doesn't like to be alone. It remembers everyone who's ever lived there. Sometimes it just wants to remind you." I tried to follow his advice. I spoke to the house, thanked it for sheltering me, promised to take care of it. For a while, things calmed down. The changes stopped, the dreams faded, and I almost convinced myself it was over. But sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps in the attic, the soft scrape of a chair being pulled across the floor. Sometimes I wake to find the journal open, a new entry written in that strange looping hand. Stay. Don't leave me. I don't know if the house is haunted, or if it's just lonely, or if something in me called to it, something broken and searching for a place to belong. I only know that I am still here, and the house is always changing, always watching, always waiting. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I see a face behind me, pale and unfamiliar, smiling with a sadness that feels like my own. The room that wasn't there. I moved into the old apartment building on the edge of downtown because it was cheap, and because I was tired of running. The place was a relic from another era, all cracked tile and tarnished brass, the kind of building that had once been grand but now felt tired, as if it were waiting for someone to remember it. My unit was on the 4th floor, at the end of a long, dim hallway that always smelled faintly of dust and something sweet like rotting fruit. The first few weeks were uneventful. I worked long hours at the bookstore, came home late, and spent my evenings reading or staring out the window at the city lights. The neighbors kept to themselves, and the building was quiet, except for the occasional thump of footsteps overhead or the distant hum of a television. It was a month before I noticed the door. It was a plain door, painted the same dull green as the others, set into the wall between my apartment and the stairwell. I could have sworn it hadn't been there before. I asked the landlord about it, but he just shrugged, his eyes darting away. Old building, he said. Lots of odd corners. I tried the handle, but it was locked. I pressed my ear to the wood and heard nothing, not even the faint hum of pipes or the scuttle of mice. I told myself it was just a storage closet, nothing more. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That night, I dreamed of the door. In the dream, I stood in the hallway, the door wide open, a cold wind blowing out from the darkness beyond. I heard voices calling my name, soft and urgent, and saw shadows moving just out of sight. I woke with a start, my heart pounding, the taste of dust in my mouth. The next day, the door was gone. I stood in the hallway, staring at the blank wall, my mind racing. I ran my hands over the plaster, searching for a seam, a hinge, anything to prove the door had been there. But the wall was smooth and cold, the paint unbroken. I tried to forget about it, but the dreams kept coming. Every night I found myself standing in the hallway, the door open, the darkness inside growing deeper and deeper. The voices grew louder, more insistent, their words twisting into shapes I couldn't understand. Sometimes I saw faces in the shadows, pale, hollow-eyed, their mouths stretched wide in silent screams. I started to notice other things. The hallway seemed longer than before, the lights dimmer, the air colder. My neighbors avoided me, their eyes wide and frightened. I heard footsteps in the hall at all hours, slow and shuffling, pausing outside my door. Once I found a scrap of paper slipped under my doormat, a single word scrawled in shaky handwriting, "Run." I tried to leave, but the elevator was broken, the stairs blocked by a heavy metal gate that hadn't been there the day before. The landlord was gone, his office dark and empty, the phone line dead. I pounded on the doors of the other apartments, but no one answered. The building was silent, the only sound the slow, steady drip of water from a pipe somewhere overhead. That night, the door was back. It stood at the end of the hallway, its paint peeling, the handle gleaming in the dim light. I tried to turn away, but my feet carried me forward, my hand reaching for the knob. The door swung open at my touch, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling down into darkness. I hesitated, but the voices called to me, soft and pleading, promising answers, promising escape. I stepped through the door, the air growing colder with every step, the darkness pressing in on all sides. The staircase seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning, the walls closing in until I could barely breathe. The voices grew louder, echoing off the stone, their words sharp and urgent. I stumbled, my hands scraping against the rough walls, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. At the bottom of the stairs, I found a room. It was small and windowless, the walls covered in peeling wallpaper, the floor littered with broken furniture and scraps of paper. In the center of the room stood a chair, its back to the door. I crossed the room, my footsteps echoing, and reached out to touch the chair. As I did, the door slammed shut behind me. plunging the room into darkness. The voices rose in a deafening chorus, their words twisting into screams. I tried to run, but the walls closed in, the air growing thick and heavy, the darkness pressing against my skin. I don't know how long I've been here. The room is always dark, always cold, the voices always whispering, always waiting. Sometimes I hear footsteps in the hallway above, the sound of someone searching for a door that isn't there. If you ever find yourself in an old building and you see a door where there shouldn't be one, do not open it. Do not listen to the voices. Do not go down the stairs. Because once you do, you may never find your way back. The tenant who never left. When I first moved into the old brownstone, I was told the building had history. The landlord, a thin, nervous man with a habit of wringing his hands, mentioned it in passing as he handed me the keys. People come and go, he said, but the place remembers. I laughed it off, thinking he was just trying to make the peeling wallpaper and creaky stairs seem charming. My apartment was on the top floor, a cramped space with slanted ceilings and a single window that looked out over the city. The neighbors were quiet, mostly students and retirees, and the building itself seemed to settle around me, its old bones groaning in the night. It wasn't long before I started hearing the footsteps. They came late, after midnight when the city outside had gone quiet. At first I thought it was the tenant in the apartment next door, but the sounds came from above. Slow, deliberate steps pacing back and forth across the ceiling. I asked the landlord about it, and he shook his head. No one lives up there, he said, his eyes darting away. That floor's been closed off for years. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the building settling, or maybe a raccoon in the attic. But the footsteps continued, always at the same hour, always the same slow, measured pace. Sometimes I heard a faint tapping, like someone drumming their fingers on the floor, or the soft scrape of a chair being pulled across the boards. One night, I decided to investigate. I waited until the footsteps started, then crept out into the hallway, my heart pounding. The stairs to the top floor were blocked by a heavy wooden door, its paint cracked and peeling. I pressed my ear to the wood and listened. The footsteps were louder here, echoing through the empty space above. I tried the handle, but it was locked. I knocked, softly at first, then harder. But the footsteps didn't pause. They just kept moving, back and forth, as if the person above was lost in thought, or trapped in a routine they couldn't break. The next day I asked the other tenants if they'd heard anything. Most just shrugged, but an older woman on the second floor gave me a long, searching look. "He never left, you know," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He lived up there for years, all alone. When he died, they found him sitting in a chair by the window, staring out at the city. Sometimes I think he's still waiting for someone to come home." After that, the footsteps seemed to grow louder, more insistent. I started sleeping with the lights on, the covers pulled up to my chin. I dreamed of the man on the top floor, his face pale and drawn, his eyes fixed on the window. In the dream, he turned to look at me, his mouth moving as if to speak, but no sound came out. One evening, as I was coming home late, I saw a light flickering in the window above. I stood in the street staring up at the empty floor, watching as the light moved from room to room, casting long, thin shadows on the walls. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move, couldn't look away. The next morning, the light was gone and the window was dark. The footsteps continued, night after night, a steady reminder that I was not alone. I thought about moving, but something kept me there, a sense of unfinished business. Or maybe just the hope that one night, the footsteps would stop and the tenant above would finally find peace. But they never did. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, certain I can hear footsteps above me, slow and patient, pacing back and forth, waiting for someone to come home. That changed the summer. I turned 16. The visitor at the window. I grew up in a quiet neighborhood, the kind where everyone knew each other, and the biggest excitement was the annual block party. Our house was old, with creaking floors and windows that rattled in the wind, but it was home. My bedroom was on the second floor, overlooking the backyard and the woods beyond. I always felt safe there, wrapped in the familiar sounds of my family moving through the house, the distant hum of traffic, the soft chirping of crickets at night. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I glanced out the window and saw a shape standing at the edge of the woods. It was tall and thin, almost blending into the shadows, but I could make out the pale oval of the face, the glint of eyes reflecting the porch light. I froze, my heart pounding, and watched as the figure slowly raised a hand and waved. It started with a feeling, a prickling at the back of my neck as I lay in bed, the sense that someone was watching me from the darkness outside. I would close my eyes and tell myself it was nothing, just my imagination running wild. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger each night. I stumbled back from the window, my breath coming in short, panic gasps. I called for my parents, but by the time they came upstairs, the figure was gone. They told me it was probably a neighbor, maybe someone cutting through the yard. But I knew better. There was something wrong about the way the figure moved, the way it seemed to melt into the darkness. I tried to tell my friends, but they just laughed, calling me paranoid. My parents grew frustrated, telling me to stop letting my imagination get the best of me. I stopped talking about it, but I couldn't shake the fear that had settled in my bones. One night, I woke to the sound of my window sliding open. I lay perfectly still, my heart hammering in my chest, as the curtains fluttered in the breeze. I heard footsteps on the floor, slow and deliberate, and the faint creak of the floorboards as someone or something moved closer to my bed. After that, I kept the curtains closed at night, but I could still feel the eyes on me pressing in through the thin fabric. I started sleeping with the light on, the covers pulled up to my chin, but the feeling only grew stronger. Sometimes I would wake in the middle of the night to the sound of tapping on the glass, soft and insistent, like fingernails drumming a nervous rhythm. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to disappear, but the footsteps stopped right beside me. I felt a cold breath on my cheek, the air heavy with the scent of earth and decay. A voice low and whispering spoke my name, drawing it out in a way that made my skin crawl. I don't remember what happened next. When I woke, the window was closed, the room silent except for the sound of my own ragged breathing. I told myself it was just a nightmare, but the fear lingered, a shadow that followed me through the days. After that night, I started seeing the figure everywhere, in the reflection of a store window, standing at the edge of the school parking lot, watching from the far side of the street. No one else seemed to notice, and when I tried to point it out, the figure would vanish, leaving me doubting my own sanity. The summer dragged on, each night worse than the last. I stopped sleeping, afraid of what I might see if I closed my eyes. My grades slipped, my friends drifted away, and my parents grew more distant, unable to understand the terror that had taken root in their home. I don't know why I did it, but I opened the window and stepped out onto the roof. The air was cool and still, the world hushed and waiting. The figure stood at the edge of the yard, its arms open in welcome. I climbed down the trellis, my movements slow and dreamlike, and walked across the grass, the dew soaking my feet. One evening, as the sun was setting, I found myself drawn to the window. I pulled back the curtain and saw the figure standing in the yard, closer than ever, its face pale and featureless, its eyes dark and endless. It raised a hand and beckoned, its fingers long and thin, curling in a slow, deliberate motion. I was never seen again. As I reached the figure, it smiled, a wide, unnatural grin that split its face from ear to ear. It reached out and took my hand, its grip icy cold, and together we walked into the woods, the darkness swallowing us whole. Sometimes on quiet summer nights, my parents say they hear tapping at the window, soft and insistent, and see a pale face watching from the edge of the woods. They keep the curtains closed now, but the feeling never goes away, the sense that someone is out there waiting to be invited in. The watchers on Lantern Hill. I came to Lantern Hill in the spring, when the trees were just beginning to bud and the air was thick with the smell of rain and thawing earth. The town was small, perched on a ridge above a wide, slow river, its streets winding and narrow, its houses pressed close together as if for warmth. I rented a room in a boarding house run by a woman named Mrs. Larkin, who wore her hair in a tight bun and always seemed to be watching from the parlor window. The room was small but clean, with a narrow bed, a battered desk, and a single window that looked out over the street. I spent my days working at the town's only bookstore, shelving paperbacks and making polite conversation with the regulars. The people of Lantern Hill were friendly enough, but there was a reserve to them, a sense that they were always holding something back. They asked about my life before, but only in the vaguest terms, and seemed relieved when I gave vague answers in return. It was the evenings that unsettled me. After sunset, the town changed. The streets emptied, the houses went dark, and a hush settled over everything. I would sit at my window looking out at the empty street and feel a prickle of unease crawl up my spine. Sometimes I would see a figure standing at the corner, just beyond the reach of the street lamp, a tall, thin shape, unmoving, watching the house. When I blinked, it would be gone. I asked Mrs. Larkin about it. One morning, over tea in the kitchen, she smiled, but her eyes were cold. "We keep to ourselves after dark," she said. "It's safer that way. Best not to go out or to look too long." I tried to follow her advice, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I started to notice other things. The way the neighbors would glance at the windows before drawing their curtains, the way the children hurried home from school as the sun began to set, the way the streetlights flickered and buzzed, casting long, uncertain shadows. One night, I woke to the sound of footsteps outside my window. I lay perfectly still, listening as they moved up and down the street, slow and deliberate. I peered through the curtains and saw a group of figures standing in the road, their faces hidden in shadow, their bodies perfectly still. They stood there for what felt like hours, watching the house, watching me. When dawn broke, they were gone, leaving only muddy footprints in the street. The next day, the town was quieter than usual. The regulars at the bookstore spoke in hushed voices, their eyes darting to the windows. Mrs. Larkin served breakfast in silence, her hands trembling as she poured the tea. I tried to ask her about the figures, but she only shook her head. "Don't pay them any mind," she said. "They're not for you." The dreams began soon after. I would find myself wandering the streets of Lantern Hill, the houses dark and silent, the sky heavy with clouds. The figures would be waiting at every corner, their faces pale and blank, their eyes wide and empty. They would reach for me, their hands cold and heavy, and I would wake gasping, the taste of earth in my mouth. I started keeping a journal, recording every strange occurrence, every dream, every feeling of unease. The entries grew longer, more frantic, as the days passed. I began to dread the evenings, the way the light faded, and the shadows grew long. I started sleeping with the lamp on, but the feeling of being watched never left me. One evening, as I was closing the bookstore, I found a note slipped under the door. The paper was thin and yellowed, the handwriting neat and slanted. It read, "Do not look at them. Do not let them see you. Stay inside after dark." I showed the note to Mrs. Larkin, but she only pursed her lips and tucked it into her apron. "You're not the first to see them," she said, "but you mustn't let them know you see. That's how they choose." That night I locked the window and drew the curtains tight. But as I lay in bed, I heard the footsteps again, slow and heavy, moving up and down the street. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the sound grew louder, more insistent. I felt a pressure in the room, a weight settling over me, pinning me in place. When I woke, the lamp was off, the curtains open, the window ajar. The street was empty, but muddy footprints led from the road to my window and back again. I tried to tell myself it was a dream, but the footprints remained, dark and wet on the floor. The next day, Mrs. Larkin told me I should leave. "It's not safe for you here," she said, her voice low. "They've noticed you. Once they notice, they don't forget." I tried to leave Lantern Hill, but every road out of town seemed to loop back on itself. The river always on my left, the houses always pressing closer. My phone lost signal, the GPS spun in circles, the world shrinking to the size of the town and the watchers outside. Now I sit at my window each night, the lamp burning, the curtains drawn. I hear the footsteps in the street, the soft, insistent tapping at the glass. Sometimes I see faces in the shadows, pale and blank, their eyes wide and empty. I do not look at them. I do not let them see me. But I know they are waiting, and I know sooner or later I will have to look. The quiet house on Willow Street. The house at 17 Willow Street was not remarkable. It was a modest, two-story home with faded yellow siding and a porch that sagged in the middle. The kind of place you might pass 100 times without ever really seeing. The neighbors called it the quiet house, and for as long as I could remember, it had always been that way. Quiet, unassuming, and somehow always empty. When I moved in, I was looking for a fresh start. My marriage had ended, my job had fizzled out, and the city felt too loud, too crowded, too full of people who knew my face. Willow Street was different. The trees arched over the road, their branches meeting in the middle to form a green tunnel, and the air smelled of lilacs and cut grass. The house was cheap, the landlord eager, and I told myself I was lucky to find it. The first few days were peaceful. I unpacked my boxes, arranged my books on the shelves, and sat on the porch in the evenings, watching the sun set behind the trees. The neighbors were polite but distant, waving from their driveways but never stopping to chat. I didn't mind. I liked the quiet, but the house was too quiet. At night, the silence pressed in on me, thick and heavy, broken only by the ticking of the old clock in the hallway. I found myself listening for sounds, pipes rattling, floorboards creaking, the hum of the refrigerator, but the house seemed to swallow every noise, leaving only the sound of my own breathing. I started to notice small things, the way the shadows in the upstairs hallway seemed to shift when I wasn't looking, the faint scent of perfume in the guest room, sweet and powdery, lingering in the air no matter how many times I opened the windows. The feeling, when I climbed the stairs at night, that someone was watching from the landing, just out of sight. I told myself it was nerves, the stress of moving, the loneliness. I tried to fill the house with sound music, the radio, the television turned up too loud, but the quiet always crept back in, settling over everything like dust. One afternoon, I found a letter tucked behind a loose brick in the fireplace. The paper was yellowed, the handwriting neat and slanted. It was addressed to the next one, and it read, "If you are reading this, you have already heard them. They do not like to be seen. Do not look for them. Do not speak to them. If you hear your name, do not answer. If you see the door at the end of the hall open, close your eyes and count to 10. They will leave you alone if you do not notice them." I laughed, a thin, nervous sound, and put the letter back where I found it. But that night, as I was brushing my teeth, I heard a soft voice call my name from the hallway. I froze, toothbrush in hand, heart pounding. The voice came again, gentle and insistent, as if someone were standing just outside the bathroom door. I turned off the light and climbed into bed, pulling the covers over my head like a child. I told myself it was a dream, a trick of the mind. But the next morning, I found the door at the end of the hall standing open, the room beyond filled with cold gray light. I tried to ignore it. I kept the door closed, avoided the upstairs hallway after dark, and left the radio on at all hours. But the house grew colder, the quiet deeper, the shadows longer. I started to see movement in the corners of my eyes, a flicker of white at the top of the stairs, a shadow slipping across the kitchen floor. Sometimes I would wake in the night to the sound of footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate, pausing just outside my bedroom window. The neighbors grew more distant, their waves turning to wary glances, their children crossing the street to avoid my house. I asked the mailman about the previous tenants, but he just shook his head and hurried away. One evening, as I was locking up for the night, I heard my name again, whispered from the darkness at the end of the hall. I closed my eyes and counted to 10, my hands shaking. When I opened them, the house was silent, the door closed. I don't know how long I can stay here. The quiet is too deep, the house too empty, and I am starting to forget the sound of my own voice. Sometimes I think I see faces in the windows, pale and watchful, waiting for me to notice them. Sometimes I wonder if I am the only one here, or if the house is full of people who have learned to be very, very quiet. If you are reading this and you hear your name in the night, do not answer. If you see the door at the end of the hall open, close your eyes and count to 10. They will leave you alone if you do not notice them, but the quiet will never leave. The last train home. One night in early winter, I missed my usual train and had to wait for the last one. The platform was deserted. The only sound, the distant rumble of a train somewhere far down the line. I checked my phone, but the signal was weak and the battery was nearly dead. I wrapped my coat tighter and tried not to look at the dark spaces between the columns, where the shadows seemed to move on their own. I never liked taking the late train, but sometimes after a long shift at the restaurant, it was the only way home. The city's subway system was old, the stations echoing and half-lit, the cars rattling through the tunnels like bones in a tin can. Most nights, the train was nearly empty by the time it reached my stop at the edge of the city. Just a few tired faces staring at their phones, the rest of the seats vacant and cold. When the train finally arrived, it screeched to a halt with a shudder, the doors sliding open with a reluctant sigh. I stepped inside and found the car empty except for a man sitting at the far end, his face hidden behind a newspaper. I chose a seat near the middle, close enough to the door to make a quick exit if I needed to, and settled in for the long ride home. At the next stop, the doors opened, but no one got on. I glanced at the man, but he hadn't moved. The train started again, the wheels screeching against the rails, the lights flickering more violently now. I tried to distract myself by counting the stops, but I kept losing track, the stations blurring together in the dim light. The train lurched forward, the lights flickering overhead. I watched the city slide past the windows, the buildings growing sparser, the lights dimmer, until all that was left was the reflection of my own tired face in the glass. The man at the end of the car didn't move, didn't turn a page, just sat perfectly still, the newspaper trembling slightly in his hands. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself he was just another tired commuter, but the feeling grew stronger, a prickling at the back of my neck. I looked around and realized, with a jolt, that the advertisements above the windows were all for things I'd never heard of. Brands that didn't exist, movies that had never been made, faces that looked almost familiar but not quite right. After a while, I realized the train was moving slower than usual, the pauses between stations growing longer. The car felt colder, the air heavy and stale. I glanced at the man again, and this time I noticed something strange. His shoes were old-fashioned, scuffed leather with pointed toes, the kind you only see in black and white movies. His coat was too big, the sleeves hanging past his wrists, the fabric worn thin at the elbows. The train stopped again, the doors sliding open onto a platform I didn't recognize. The sign above the platform was faded, the letters worn away, the tiles cracked and stained. I thought about getting off, but something held me in my seat, a sense that if I left the train now, I'd never find my way back. The train plunged into a tunnel, the lights flickering out for a moment, plunging the car into darkness. When they came back on, the man was gone, the newspaper lying crumpled on the seat. I stood up, my legs shaking, and moved toward the door, but the car seemed longer than before, the aisle stretching out ahead of me, the windows showing only darkness. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. The train kept moving, slower and slower, the lights dimming until I could barely see my own hands. I called out, my voice echoing in the empty car, but there was no answer, only the distant sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere behind me. The doors closed, and the train started again, slower than before. The man at the end of the car lowered his newspaper, and I caught a glimpse of his face in the reflection, a pale, blurred shape, the features shifting and indistinct, as if I were looking at a photograph left out in the rain. His eyes met mine in the glass, dark and bottomless, and I looked away, my heart pounding. Finally, the train shuddered to a stop. The doors slid open, and I stumbled out onto a platform I'd never seen before. The air was thick with fog, the lights dim and flickering. I looked around, but there were no signs, no maps, no people, just the sound of the train pulling away, leaving me alone in the silence. I turned, but the car was empty. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until I could feel the vibration in the floor. I pressed myself against the door, willing it to open, but it stayed shut, the glass cold against my cheek. I wandered the platform, calling for help, but my voice was swallowed by the fog. After what felt like hours, I found a staircase leading up to the street. I climbed, my footsteps echoing, and emerged into a city that was almost but not quite my own. The buildings were familiar, but the names on the signs were wrong, the faces in the windows strange and watchful. I never found my way home. Sometimes, late at night, I hear the sound of a train in the distance, the screech of wheels on rails, and I wonder if I'll ever see my city again, or if I'm doomed to wander these empty streets, searching for a way back that doesn't exist. The uninvited guest. When I first moved to the town of Ashfield, I was looking for a place to disappear. My life in the city had unraveled in a slow, humiliating way. Job lost, friends scattered, a relationship that ended with a slammed door and a silence that stretched for months. Ashfield was the kind of place that didn't ask questions. The houses were old, the streets narrow and lined with ancient maples, and the people polite but distant. I rented a small house at the end of a cul-de-sac, a squat brick thing with a sagging porch and a yard full of dandelions. The house was furnished, but barely. A threadbare sofa, a chipped table, a bed with a mattress that sagged in the middle. The walls were painted a pale, institutional green, and the windows rattled in the wind. Still, it was quiet, and I told myself that was what I needed. The first few weeks passed in a blur of unpacking, job hunting, and long walks through the town. I learned the rhythms of Ashfield quickly. The bakery opened at 6, the post office closed at 4, and the grocery store was always empty after dark. The neighbors nodded when I passed, but never stopped to talk. I liked it that way. I was tired of explaining myself. It was a month before I noticed anything strange. I came home one evening to find the front door unlocked. I was sure I'd locked it that morning, but I told myself I must have forgotten. Inside, everything looked the same except for a faint, sweet smell in the air like old flowers or maybe perfume. I checked the rooms, but nothing was missing. Nothing out of place. That night, I dreamed of someone standing at the foot of my bed, watching me sleep. I woke with a start, heart pounding, but the room was empty. The only sound the wind rattling the window panes. The next day, I found a mug in the sink that I didn't remember using. It was clean, but the handle was wet, as if someone had just washed it. I shrugged it off, blaming my own absent-mindedness, but the feeling of unease lingered. A week later, I came home to find the living room rearranged. The sofa was pushed against the opposite wall. The table turned at an angle. The rug rolled up and leaning in the corner. I stood in the doorway, my keys in my hand, and tried to remember if I'd moved things myself. I hadn't. I was sure of it. I called the landlord, a woman named Mrs. Bell, and asked if anyone else had a key. She sounded surprised. "No one but you and me," she said, "and I haven't been by." She paused, then added, "Sometimes these old houses have a mind of their own. Things shift around. Don't let it bother you." I tried not to let it bother me, but the changes kept coming. Sometimes I'd find the kitchen chairs stacked on the table, or the bathroom mirror fogged as if someone had just taken a shower. Once I found a single black hair on my pillow, long and fine, nothing like my own. The sweet smell grew stronger, lingering in the air long after I'd opened the windows. I started locking the doors and windows, double-checking them before I left for work, but it made no difference. Every few days, something would be different. A book left open to a page I hadn't read, a lamp turned to face the wall, a pair of shoes lined up neatly by the door. The dreams grew worse. I would wake in the night to the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping under their weight. Sometimes I would hear whispering, soft and urgent, just below the threshold of understanding. I started sleeping with the light on, but the feeling of being watched never left me. I tried to talk to the neighbors, but they grew evasive when I mentioned the house. "It's just old," said Mr. Harris, who lived across the street. "They all do that, sooner or later." Mrs. Klein, who walked her dog past my house every morning, just shook her head and hurried away. One evening, as I was locking up for the night, I heard footsteps on the porch. I froze, listening as they moved from one end to the other, pausing outside the front door. I peered through the peephole, but the porch was empty, the street silent. I waited, heart pounding, until the footsteps faded away. The next morning, I found a note slipped under the door. The paper was thin and yellowed, the handwriting neat and slanted. It read, "You are not alone. Please be kind." I stared at the note for a long time, trying to make sense of it. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That someone was moving my furniture and leaving me notes? That I was being haunted by a polite, invisible roommate? I started keeping a journal, recording every change, every dream, every strange sound. The entries grew longer, more frantic. As the days passed, I began to dread coming home, afraid of what I might find. The house felt smaller, the walls closing in, the air thick with the scent of old flowers. One night I woke to the sound of music, soft, distant, the notes drifting through the house like smoke. I got up and followed the sound to the living room. The radio was on, tuned to a station I'd never heard before. The music slow and mournful. I turned it off, but the music continued, echoing through the walls. I called Mrs. Bell again, desperate for answers. She listened in silence, then said, "You should leave something out for her, a gift. It's only polite." I hung up, more confused than ever. That night, I left a cup of tea on the kitchen table, along with a slice of bread and a small vase of wildflowers. In the morning, the tea was gone, the bread reduced to crumbs, the flowers arranged in a neat circle on the table. After that, the changes slowed. The house grew quieter, the dreams less vivid. Sometimes I would find a small gift left for me, a sprig of lavender on my pillow, a smooth stone on the windowsill, a feather tucked into the pages of my book. The sweet smell faded, replaced by the scent of fresh air and sunlight. I started to feel at home, in a strange way. The house no longer felt hostile but watchful, as if it were waiting to see what I would do next. I began to talk to it, thanking it for sheltering me, promising to take care of it. Sometimes I thought I heard a voice answer, soft and contented, drifting through the rooms like a sigh. But the feeling of being watched never left me. Sometimes I would catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping down the hallway. a face reflected in the window. Once I woke to find a woman standing at the foot of my bed, her hair long and dark, her eyes sad and kind. She smiled, then faded into the darkness. I don't know if the house is haunted, or if I am just lonely, or if something in me called to whatever lives here. I only know that I am not alone, and that the house is always watching, always waiting. If you ever find yourself in a house that feels too empty, too quiet, be kind, leave a gift, say thank you. And remember, you are never truly alone. The house on the edge of town. I first saw the house on a rainy afternoon in late October, the kind of day when the sky hangs low and the world feels muffled and close. I was driving aimlessly, trying to clear my head after a fight with my partner, when I took a wrong turn and found myself on a narrow road that wound through the outskirts of town. The houses here were older, set back from the street behind tangled hedges and rusted gates, their windows dark and watchful. The house caught my eye because it looked abandoned, but not in the way most empty houses do. The paint was peeling, the porch sagged, and the yard was choked with weeds, but there was something about it that made me slow down, something that felt almost expectant, as if the house was waiting for someone to notice it. I parked at the curb and sat for a moment watching the rain beat on the windshield. The house seemed to loom larger the longer I looked at it, its windows reflecting the gray sky, its front door slightly ajar. I told myself I was just curious, that I'd only take a quick look, but as soon as I stepped out of the car, I felt the air change, growing colder and heavier, as if I'd crossed some invisible threshold. The gate creaked as I pushed it open, the sound swallowed by the rain. The path to the porch was overgrown, the stones slick with moss. I hesitated at the bottom of the steps, peering through the gloom, but the open door drew me forward. I climbed the steps, each one groaning under my weight, and stepped inside. The air in the house was thick with the smell of damp and rot layered with something sweeter, almost floral, that made my stomach twist. The hallway was narrow, lined with faded wallpaper that peeled away in long, curling strips. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, the sound echoing through the empty rooms. I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain, but there was no answer. I wandered from room to room, my footsteps stirring up dust that danced in the weak light filtering through the dirty windows. The furniture was old and mismatched, covered in sheets that billowed as I passed. In the living room, a cracked mirror hung above the fireplace, its surface clouded with age. I caught a glimpse of my reflection, pale and distorted, and looked away quickly. Upstairs, the air was colder, the shadows deeper. The doors to the bedrooms were closed, their paint blistered and flaking. I tried the first door, but it was stuck fast, the handle refusing to turn. The second door opened easily, revealing a small room with a single bed and a dresser. The bed was made, the sheets yellowed with age, and on the dresser sat a row of porcelain dolls, their glass eyes staring blankly at the wall. I felt a prickle of unease, and backed out of the room, closing the door behind me. At the end of the hall was another door, this one slightly open. I pushed it gently, the hinges squealing, and stepped inside. The room was empty except for a chair by the window. The window was cracked, rain seeping in and pooling on the floor. I crossed the room and looked out. From here I could see the whole yard, the tangled garden, the rusted swing set, the road beyond. For a moment, I thought I saw someone standing at the edge of the trees, a pale figure watching the house, but when I blinked, the figure was gone. A sudden chill swept through the room, and I shivered, rubbing my arms. I turned to leave, but as I reached the door, I heard a soft, shuffling sound behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, but the room was empty. The only sound was the rain tapping against the glass. I hurried downstairs, my nerves jangling, and made my way back to the front door. As I reached for the handle, I heard footsteps on the porch outside, slow and deliberate, the boards creaking under a heavy weight. I froze, listening, my breath caught in my throat. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I waited, every muscle tense, but whoever or whatever was out there didn't move. I pressed my eye to the crack between the door and the frame, but all I could see was the gray blur of rain. I waited for what felt like hours, the silence pressing in on me, until finally the footsteps retreated, fading into the distance. I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch, the cold air biting at my skin. The yard was empty, the gate swinging gently in the wind. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, and didn't look back until I was safely inside with the doors locked. The house stood silent and still, its windows dark, its door hanging open like a mouth waiting to speak. I drove home in a daze, the memory of the house clinging to me like a shadow. That night, I dreamed of the upstairs room, the chair by the window, the pale figure at the edge of the trees. I woke with a start, my heart racing, the sound of footsteps echoing in my ears. In the days that followed, I tried to forget about the house, but it lingered at the edge of my thoughts, drawing me back again and again. Sometimes when I closed my eyes, I saw the open door, the empty rooms, the dolls on the dresser, their eyes following me as I moved through the house. I never went back, but sometimes on rainy afternoons, I find myself driving the old roads at the edge of town, searching for the house that waits, patient and silent, for someone to notice it again. The roommate. When I first moved to the city, I found a cheap apartment in an old building with high ceilings and crooked floors. The ad said roommate wanted, and I was desperate enough to take the room sight unseen. The landlord, a tired woman with a smoker's cough, handed me the keys and told me my roommate Jamie worked nights and kept to themselves. The apartment was dim and cluttered, filled with mismatched furniture and the faint smell of incense. Jamie's room was at the end of the hall, the door always closed. I rarely saw them, just heard the soft thud of footsteps late at night, the creak of the bathroom door, the low murmur of a voice on the phone. Sometimes I'd find a mug in the sink or a book left open on the coffee table, but otherwise it was easy to forget I wasn't living alone. At first I liked the arrangement. The city was overwhelming, and it was nice to have a quiet place to retreat to. But after a few weeks I started to notice odd things. My keys would go missing, only to turn up in strange places, inside the fridge, under the couch, once in the pocket of a coat I hadn't worn in months. The lights in the hallway would flicker, even after the landlord replaced the bulbs. Sometimes I'd wake in the night to the sound of whispering, so soft I couldn't make out the words, drifting from Jamie's room. One evening, I came home to find the apartment colder than usual, a draft curling under Jamie's door. I knocked, but there was no answer. I pressed my ear to the wood and heard nothing, not even the usual shuffling or the hum of music. I shrugged it off, figuring Jamie was at work, and went about my night. But Jamie didn't come home that night, or the next. Their door stayed closed, the draft growing colder, the apartment quieter. I texted, left notes, even called the landlord, but no one seemed concerned. Jamie does that sometimes, the landlord said, her voice crackling through the phone. Goes away for a few days, don't worry. I tried not to worry, but the apartment felt different, heavier, as if the walls were pressing in. I started hearing footsteps in the hallway, at odd hours, slow and deliberate, stopping just outside my door. Once, I woke to find my bedroom door ajar, though I was sure I'd locked it before bed. After a week, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to check Jamie's room, just to make sure everything was all right. The door was locked, but the old building's doors were flimsy, and it gave way with a gentle push. The room was empty, the bed neatly made, the air icy cold. On the desk was a stack of notebooks, each one filled with cramped looping handwriting. I flipped through the pages, my unease growing. The entries were dated months, even years before I'd moved in. Most were mundane, lists, reminders, fragments of poetry. But as I read on, the tone shifted. The last few pages were filled with the same sentence, written over and over. I am still here. I left the room, closing the door behind me, and packed my things that night. As I was leaving, I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow and heavy, stopping just outside Jamie's door. I didn't look back. I found a new place, a brighter apartment with no roommates and no drafts. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I hear footsteps in the hallway, and I wonder if Jamie ever really left, or if they're still there, waiting for someone to notice. The mailbox at the end of Sycamore Lane. Sycamore Lane was the kind of street where nothing much happened. Kids rode their bikes in lazy circles, neighbors waved from their porches, and the mailman, old Mr. Hargrove, made his rounds at exactly 2:15 every afternoon. I'd lived there my whole life in a faded blue house with a sagging porch swing and a mailbox that leaned a little to the left. That mailbox was a running joke in our family. My dad always said he'd fix it, but he never did, and over the years it became a kind of landmark. Turn left at the crooked mailbox, people would say, and everyone knew what they meant. It was the summer after my mom left that things started to change. I was 14, old enough to be left alone during the day, but not old enough to drive or get a real job. My dad worked long hours at the mill, and I spent most of my time reading in the backyard or wandering the neighborhood with my best friend Tyler. One afternoon, I went to check the mail and found a letter addressed to me. The envelope was thick and creamy, the kind of paper you'd use for wedding invitations or graduation announcements. My name was written in neat looping script, but there was no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper, blank except for a short message in the same careful handwriting. "I see you." I laughed it off, thinking it was a prank. Tyler was always pulling stunts like that, and I figured he'd slip the letter into the mailbox when I wasn't looking. I crumpled it up and tossed it in the trash, not giving it another thought. The next day there was another letter. This one said, "I hear you." The day after that, "I know what you did." I started to get nervous. I asked Tyler if he was behind it, but he swore up and down that he wasn't. I believed him. He was a terrible liar, and besides, he looked just as freaked out as I felt. I showed the letters to my dad, but he just shrugged. "Probably some neighborhood kid messing around," he said. "Don't let it get to you." But the letters kept coming. Every day a new message, each one more personal than the last. "I saw you break the window. I heard you crying last night. I know you miss her." I started checking the mailbox first thing every morning, before the mailman arrived. Sometimes the letters were already there, waiting for me. Other times they appeared in the afternoon, slipped in between the bills and catalogs. I tried to catch whoever was leaving them, but I never saw anyone near the mailbox, not even a shadow. One night, I woke to the sound of footsteps on the porch. I crept to the window and peered out, but the yard was empty, the street silent. The next morning, there was a letter on my pillow. "I'm closer than you think." I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating. My dad noticed, but he was too tired, too distracted to do anything about it. Tyler tried to help, but there was nothing he could do. The letters kept coming, piling up in a drawer I kept locked, as if that could keep them out. Then, one afternoon, I found the mailbox empty. No letter, no bills, nothing. I felt a strange mix of relief and dread, as if I'd been holding my breath for weeks, and was finally allowed to exhale. That night, I heard the footsteps again, louder this time, coming up the porch steps, pausing outside my window. I lay perfectly still, my heart pounding, as the footsteps moved down the hall, stopping outside my bedroom door. The door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. I couldn't see its face, just a shadow in the darkness, but I knew, somehow, that it was the one who'd been leaving the letters. It stood at the foot of my bed, silent and still, and I felt a cold wave of fear wash over me. The figure leaned closer, its breath icy on my cheek, and whispered, "I'm here." I screamed, but no sound came out. The room spun, the darkness pressing in, and then nothing. When I woke, the sun was shining, the house was quiet, and the mailbox stood straight and tall at the end of the lane, as if it had never leaned at all. My dad said I'd had a nightmare, that I was just stressed, but I knew better. The letters stopped after that. But sometimes, when I walk past the mailbox, I see a flash of white paper tucked inside, and I remember the voice in the darkness, whispering that it was here, and I wonder if it ever really left. The long window. When I first arrived in the town of Greystone, I was running from a life that had grown too heavy to carry. My marriage had ended in a slow, bitter unraveling. My job had vanished in a round of layoffs, and my friends had scattered, their voices fading to the occasional text or holiday card. I wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere I could disappear for a while. And Greystone, tucked between rolling hills and thick woods, its streets lined with old maples and sagging porches, seemed as good a place as any. I rented a house on the edge of town, a narrow 2-story place, with a long, low window that stretched across the living room wall. The window was the house's only extravagance, a single pane of glass that looked out over the backyard and the woods beyond. The landlord, a man named Mr. Harlan, handed me the keys with a warning. "Don't leave the window open after dark. The woods are full of things that don't belong in houses." I laughed, thinking it was just a local superstition, and promised to be careful. The house was old but clean, the floors polished to a dull shine, the walls painted a soft faded blue. The furniture was mismatched but comfortable, and the kitchen smelled faintly of cinnamon and old wood. I unpacked my boxes, arranged my books on the shelves, and told myself I would stay just long enough to catch my breath. The first few weeks passed quietly. I spent my days walking the town, learning the rhythms of Greystone, the bakery that opened at dawn, the hardware store that closed at noon, the library that never seemed to have more than one patron at a time. The townspeople were polite but reserved, their smiles quick and their eyes wary. They asked where I was from, what had brought me to Greystone, but their questions never went deeper than the surface. I liked it that way. I was tired of explaining myself. At night, I would sit in the living room, the long window open to the cool air, and watch the woods. The trees were thick and tangled, their branches arching over the yard like the ribs of some great animal. Sometimes I would see deer moving through the undergrowth, their eyes shining in the moonlight. Other times I would hear the distant call of an owl, or the soft rustle of leaves as something unseen passed by. It was peaceful, in its way, and I began to feel the weight in my chest ease. I started sleeping through the night, my dreams quiet and untroubled. I told myself I had made the right choice, that Greystone was exactly what I needed. But then the window began to change. It started with a reflection. One night, as I sat reading in the living room, I glanced up and saw a figure standing in the yard, just beyond the reach of the porch light. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest. But when I looked again, the yard was empty. I told myself it was just a trick of the glass, a shadow cast by the trees, but the feeling of being watched lingered. The next night I saw the figure again, tall and thin, its face hidden in shadow, its hands pressed against the glass. I jumped to my feet, the book falling from my lap, but when I turned on the porch light, the yard was empty, the grass undisturbed. I started keeping the window closed after dark, but the feeling of unease grew. I would wake in the night to the sound of tapping on the glass, soft and insistent, like fingernails drumming a nervous rhythm. Sometimes I would find smudges on the window in the morning, long thin streaks that trailed down the glass like the marks of a hand. I asked Mr. Harlan about it, but he just shook his head. "The woods are old," he said. "Older than the town, older than any of us. Sometimes things come out of them, looking for a way in. Best to keep the window closed." I tried to follow his advice, but the window seemed to have a will of its own. I would wake to find it open, the curtains billowing in the night air, the room cold and damp. I started locking it, wedging a chair under the handle, but it made no difference. Every morning the window would be open, the air thick with the scent of earth and leaves. The dreams returned, vivid and strange. I would find myself standing in the yard, the woods pressing close around me, the trees whispering in a language I couldn't understand. Sometimes I would see the figure from the window, its face pale and blurred, its eyes dark and endless. It would reach out to me, its hand cold and heavy on my shoulder, and I would wake gasping, the taste of dirt in my mouth. The townspeople grew more distant. At the bakery, the woman behind the counter would glance at me with something like pity. At the library, the old man who ran the desk would lower his eyes when I entered, his hands trembling as he stamped my books. I tried to ask about the window, about the woods, but they would only shake their heads and change the subject. One evening, as I was locking up for the night, I heard footsteps in the yard. I peered through the window, but the yard was empty, the woods silent. I turned away, but the footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, circling the house. I pressed my back to the wall, listening as they moved from window to window, pausing outside the long glass pane in the living room. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, the yard was empty. The only sign of disturbance, a single muddy footprint pressed against the glass. The officer, a young woman with tired eyes, took my statement and promised to patrol the area, but I could tell she didn't believe me. After that, the window became a presence in the house, a silent observer that watched me as I moved from room to room. I started keeping the curtains drawn, but I could still feel its gaze, cold and unblinking. Sometimes I would catch a glimpse of movement in the glass, a flicker of white, the curve of a shoulder, the glint of an eye. I tried to leave Greystone, but every road out of town seemed to loop back on itself, the woods growing thicker and darker with every mile. My phone lost signal, the GPS spinning in circles, the radio fading to static. I would find myself back at the house, the long window gleaming in the afternoon sun, the woods waiting beyond. The changes grew bolder. I would wake to find the furniture rearranged, the books stacked in strange precise towers, the walls marked with symbols I didn't recognize. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, the house shrinking around me. I started to hear voices in the night, soft and urgent, calling my name from the woods. One night I woke to find the window wide open, the curtains fluttering in the wind. The room was filled with the scent of earth and rain, and the floor was slick with mud. I stumbled to my feet, heart racing, and saw the figure standing in the yard, its face turned toward the house, its eyes shining in the darkness. It raised a hand, beckoning me forward. I tried to turn away, but my feet carried me to the window, my hands reaching for the glass. The figure smiled, its mouth wide and empty, and I felt a cold wind rush through the room, pulling me forward. I woke in the yard, the grass wet with dew, the woods silent and watchful. The house loomed behind me, the long window dark and empty. I stumbled inside, locking the door behind me, and sat in the living room until dawn, the window closed and the curtains drawn. After that, I stopped sleeping. I spent my nights pacing the house, checking the locks, watching the window for any sign of movement. The townspeople avoided me, their eyes wide and frightened. I tried to ask for help, but they would only shake their heads and hurry away. The dreams grew worse. I would find myself lost in the woods, the trees closing in around me, the figure always just ahead, its eyes shining in the darkness. Sometimes I would see other faces in the trees, pale and blurred, their mouths open in silent screams. One morning I found a note slipped under the door. The paper was thin and yellowed, the handwriting neat and slanted. It read, "The window is a door. Do not open it. Do not look too long." I tried to follow the warning, but the window called to me, its surface gleaming in the afternoon sun, the woods reflected in its glass. I would catch myself standing before it, my hand pressed to the pane, my breath fogging the glass. The changes in the house grew stranger. I would find the walls marked with handprints, the floors covered in mud, the air thick with the scent of earth and rain. Sometimes I would hear laughter in the night, soft and mocking, echoing through the empty rooms. I tried to leave again, but the roads were gone, swallowed by the woods. The house was the only place left, the window the only light in the darkness. Now I sit in the living room, the curtains drawn, the window closed. I watch the woods, waiting for the figure to appear. Sometimes I see other faces in the glass, pale and blurred, their eyes wide and empty. I wonder if they were like me, if they came to Greystone looking for a place to disappear. If you ever find yourself in a house with a long window that looks out on the woods, do not open it after dark. Do not look too long. The woods are old, and they are always watching, always waiting for someone to let them in. And if you see a figure standing in the yard, its eyes shining in the darkness, turn away. Lock the window, draw the curtains, do not answer when it calls your name, because once you let it in, you may never find your way out again. The Blue Door Society. When I first moved to Merrill, Maine, I thought I'd found the perfect place to disappear. The town was small, the kind of place where the grocery store still had a bell over the door, and the post office doubled as a coffee shop. I rented a room above the hardware store, unpacked my books and my battered suitcase, and told myself I'd stay just long enough to get my bearings. Merrill was quiet, but not in the way I expected. There was a hush to the place, a kind of watchful silence that settled over the streets after sundown. The locals were friendly enough, but their smiles never quite reached their eyes, and their conversations always seemed to trail off when I entered the room. I chalked it up to small-town suspicion of outsiders and tried not to take it personally. It was late October when I first noticed the blue doors. I was walking home from the library, the air sharp with the promise of frost, when I saw a house at the end of Willow Lane, with a door painted a deep, vivid blue. The color was so striking against the peeling white clapboard that I stopped to stare. The next day, I noticed another blue door, this one on a tidy bungalow near the school. By the end of the week, I'd counted 6. I asked Mrs. Hargrove, the landlady, about them as she handed me my mail. She looked up sharply, her hands pausing over the stack of envelopes. "Some folks like a bit of color," she said, her voice flat. "Brightens things up, don't you think?" She didn't meet my eyes, and I let the subject drop. But the blue doors stayed in my mind. I started to notice other things too. The way the people with blue doors never seemed to be out during the day, the way their curtains were always drawn, the way their houses seemed to hum with a low electric tension. Once I saw a woman standing behind a blue door, her face pale and expressionless, her eyes fixed on me as I passed. I raised a hand in greeting, but she didn't move. One evening, as I was locking up the shop, I heard voices drifting down the street. I followed the sound to the old church at the edge of town, its steeple leaning at a precarious angle. The doors were painted the same deep blue, and a crowd was gathered on the steps, their faces turned toward the setting sun. They were singing, but the melody was strange. The words unfamiliar, the harmonies just a little off. I watched from the shadows, a chill crawling up my spine. After that, I started having dreams. In them, I wandered the streets of Marrow, the blue doors glowing in the moonlight, the houses empty and silent. Sometimes I heard footsteps behind me, soft and shuffling, but when I turned, there was no one there. Other times, I found myself standing before the church, the doors swinging open to reveal a darkness so deep it seemed to swallow the world. I tried to ignore the dreams, but the feeling of unease grew. The townspeople watched me with wary eyes, their conversation stopping when I entered the diner or the post office. I caught them glancing at each other, their faces tight with something like fear. I started to wonder if I should leave, but something held me in place, a sense of unfinished business, or maybe just the stubbornness that had always gotten me into trouble. One night I woke to the sound of footsteps on the stairs. I lay perfectly still, listening as they paused outside my door. A soft knock, barely more than a tap. I got up, heart pounding, and opened the door. A woman stood in the hallway, her hair pulled back in a tight bun, her dress old-fashioned and spotless. Her eyes were the same deep blue as the doors. She smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "They're waiting for you," she said, her voice low and musical. "It's time." I tried to speak, but my mouth was dry. She turned and walked down the stairs, her footsteps silent on the worn wood. I followed, unable to stop myself, my body moving as if in a dream. Outside, the street was empty, the town silent. The blue doors glowed in the darkness, casting a faint, unnatural light. The woman led me to the church, its doors standing open, the darkness inside pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm. The pews were filled with people, their faces pale and blank, their eyes fixed on the altar. At the front of the church stood a man in a dark suit, his hands folded over a book bound in blue leather. He looked up as I entered, his smile wide and sharp. "Welcome," he said, his voice echoing through the empty space. "We've been waiting for you." I tried to turn, to run, but the doors swung shut behind me, the sound echoing like a gunshot. The congregation began to sing, their voices rising in a strange, discordant hymn. The man beckoned me forward, his eyes shining with a cold blue light. I walked down the aisle, my feet moving of their own accord. The air was thick with the scent of lilacs and something metallic, like blood. The man opened the book, his fingers tracing the lines of text, and began to speak in a language I didn't understand. The congregation joined in, their voices swelling, the words twisting and writhing in the air. I felt a pressure in my chest, a weight settling over me, pinning me in place. The blue doors glowed brighter, the light seeping into my skin, my bones, my mind. I closed my eyes and counted to 10, but the singing only grew louder, the words burrowing into my thoughts. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The man's voice rose above the others, sharp and commanding, and the world tilted, the floor dropping away beneath my feet. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in the street, the sun rising over the rooftops. The blue doors were gone, the church silent and empty. The townspeople passed me without a glance, their faces blank and unseeing. I tried to leave Marrow, but every road led me back to Willow Lane, to the house with the blue door. I tried to call for help, but my voice was lost in the hush that settled over the town each night. Now I watch from behind the blue door, my face pale and expressionless, my eyes fixed on the strangers who pass by. I wait for the next one to notice, to ask about the doors, to follow the singing to the church at the edge of town. We are always waiting. The woman in the mirror. When I first moved into the old house on Cedar Lane, I was drawn to its quirks. The creaky floorboards, the stained glass window on the landing, the antique fixtures that looked like they belonged in a museum. The bathroom, though, was my favorite. It had a clawfoot tub, a pedestal sink, and a large ornate mirror above the sink, its frame carved with twisting vines and flowers. The mirror was old, the glass slightly warped, so my reflection always looked a little off, as if I were seeing myself through water. I told myself it was charming, a bit of character in a house full of history. The first time I noticed something strange, it was late at night. I'd gotten up for a glass of water, and as I passed the bathroom, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror. I paused, peering inside, but the room was empty. The only sound the quiet drip of the faucet. My reflection stared back at me, tired and pale, nothing out of the ordinary. But the feeling lingered, a prickling at the back of my neck, as if someone were watching me from just out of sight. I laughed it off, blaming the late hour and my overactive imagination. Over the next few weeks, the feeling grew stronger. Sometimes when I brushed my teeth, I'd see a flicker of movement in the mirror, a shadow darting behind me. Other times, my reflection seemed to lag, moving a fraction of a second behind me, its eyes just a little too wide, its smile a little too sharp. I started avoiding the bathroom at night, using the small half bath downstairs instead, but the mirror drew me back, its surface gleaming in the morning light, innocent and inviting. I told myself it was just stress, the result of too many late nights and too much caffeine. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I caught sight of something in the mirror that made me freeze. There was a woman standing behind me, her face pale and blurred, her hair hanging in damp, tangled strands. She wore a dress that looked decades out of style, its fabric stained and torn. Her eyes met mine in the glass, dark and hollow, and for a moment I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I spun around, heart pounding, but the bathroom was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, the woman was gone, replaced by my own terrified reflection. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light, a product of my tired mind. But the next night, she was there again, closer this time, her hand reaching out as if to touch my shoulder. I stumbled from the room, slamming the door behind me, and spent the night on the couch, lights blazing. I started researching the house, digging through old records at the library. I found a faded newspaper clipping about a woman who had lived there in the 1920s, a woman who had disappeared without a trace. The article mentioned the bathroom, the mirror, the last place she was seen. I covered the mirror with a sheet, but sometimes late at night I'd hear a soft, insistent tapping from behind the glass, as if someone were trying to get my attention. I moved out as soon as I could, leaving the house and its haunted mirror behind. But sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a window or a darkened screen, I see her standing just behind me, her eyes meeting mine, waiting for me to look away. The tenant below. I had lived in my apartment for almost a year before I realized I had never met the person who lived directly below me. The building was old, with thin walls and creaky floors, and I could hear most of my neighbors going about their lives. Music drifting up from the first floor, laughter from the couple next door, the clatter of dishes from the unit above. But from the apartment below there was only silence. At first I didn't think much of it. Maybe the tenant worked nights or traveled often or simply kept to themselves. But as the months passed, the silence began to feel unnatural, as if the apartment were empty, or worse, as if someone was there listening, waiting. Sometimes late at night I would hear faint sounds from below, soft footsteps pacing back and forth, a chair scraping across the floor, the low murmur of a voice I couldn't quite make out. The sounds were always brief, vanishing as soon as I tried to focus on them, leaving me with the uneasy feeling that I had imagined them. One evening, as I was taking out the trash, I saw the door to the downstairs apartment standing slightly open. I hesitated, curiosity warring with caution. The hallway was dim, the only light coming from the flickering bulb above the stairs. I stepped closer, peering inside. The apartment was dark, the air heavy with the scent of dust and something else, something metallic and sharp. I called out, my voice echoing in the silence, but there was no answer. I could just make out the shape of a chair in the middle of the room, facing away from the door. The rest of the apartment was lost in shadow. I backed away, suddenly aware of how quiet the building had become. I hurried upstairs, locking my door behind me, and tried to shake off the feeling of being watched. That night, I dreamed of the apartment below. In the dream, I was standing in the doorway, unable to move, as a figure slowly turned to face me from the chair. I woke with a start, my heart racing, the image of the shadowy figure lingering in my mind. The next day, I asked the landlord about the tenant. He frowned, scratching his head, and told me the apartment had been vacant for months, ever since the last tenant moved out unexpectedly. He said he was still looking for someone to take the place, but no one seemed interested. After that, the sounds from below stopped. The building felt emptier, the silence pressing in on me from all sides. Sometimes when I was alone in my apartment, I thought I heard footsteps on the stairs, or the faint creak of a chair moving across the floor below. But when I listened closely, there was nothing, just the steady hum of the city outside. I moved out at the end of my lease, eager for a fresh start. But sometimes in the quiet hours of the night, I remember the apartment below, the open door, the empty chair, and I wonder if someone, or something, is still waiting in the darkness, listening for the sound of footsteps above. The man at the bus stop. Every morning, I waited for the number 14 bus at the corner of Pine and 7th. The stop was nothing special, just a faded sign and a bench with peeling paint. But it was part of my routine. I liked routines, the comfort of knowing what came next, the predictability of the city waking up around me. One morning, I noticed a man standing at the far end of the bench. He wore a dark coat even though the weather was warm, and he kept his hands deep in his pockets. His face was hard to see, hidden by the brim of a battered hat. I nodded a greeting, but he didn't respond. He just stared at the empty street, as if waiting for something only he could see. The next day, he was there again, standing in the same spot, silent and unmoving. I tried not to stare, but I couldn't help glancing at him out of the corner of my eye. There was something about the way he stood, so still and patient, that made the air feel heavier. Days passed, and the man became a fixture at the stop. He never boarded the bus, never spoke to anyone, never moved from his place at the end of the bench. Other commuters seemed to ignore him, their eyes sliding past as if he were just another part of the city's background noise. One morning, I arrived early and found the man already there. The street was quiet, the sky just beginning to lighten. I sat at the opposite end of the bench, pretending to check my phone, but I could feel his gaze on me, steady and unblinking. After a while, I couldn't take the silence anymore. I cleared my throat and asked if he was waiting for the bus. He didn't answer, but I thought I saw the corner of his mouth twitch, almost a smile. The bus arrived, and I climbed aboard, glancing back through the window. The man remained at the stop, watching as the bus pulled away. That night I dreamed of the bus stop. In the dream, the man stood in the middle of the street, his coat billowing around him, his face still hidden. The city was empty, the buildings dark and silent. I woke with a start, my heart racing, the image of the man lingering in my mind. The next morning I hesitated before leaving my apartment. When I reached the stop, the man was gone. The bench looked smaller without him, the street quieter. I waited for the bus, glancing up and down the block, but there was no sign of him. He never returned. The days slipped by and the routine resumed, but the stop felt different, as if something had shifted beneath the surface. Sometimes, when the street was empty and the city was just waking up, I thought I saw a shadow at the end of the bench, a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. I never spoke of the man at the bus stop, not to friends, not to family. But every morning, as I waited for the number 14, I wondered what he had been waiting for, and whether somewhere in the city he was still waiting, silent and unseen. The night visitor. The first time I heard the knocking, I thought it was a dream. It was a soft, steady sound just at the edge of hearing, like someone tapping on glass with the tip of a finger. I rolled over, pulled the blanket tighter, and told myself it was just the old pipes settling. The next night, the knocking came again, a little louder this time. I sat up in bed, heart thumping, and listened. The sound was coming from the window, 3 short taps, then silence. I waited, holding my breath, but nothing else happened. In the morning, I checked the window, but there were no marks, no sign that anyone had been there. I tried to forget about it, but the knocking returned every night, always at the same time, always 3 taps. I started sleeping with the light on, the covers pulled up to my chin. I told myself it was just a branch brushing against the glass, or maybe a bird, but there were no trees near my window and I never saw any birds. One night I decided to stay awake and watch. I sat in bed, eyes fixed on the window, the room lit by the pale glow of the street lamp outside. The clock ticked past midnight, and I felt my eyelids grow heavy. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard it. 3 sharp taps, clear and deliberate. I forced myself to get up and cross the room. My hands shook as I pulled back the curtain. The street below was empty. The sidewalk bathed in yellow light. I pressed my face to the glass, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the quiet hum of the city at night. The knocking continued, night after night until I could barely sleep. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye, shadows that vanished when I turned my head, shapes moving in the darkness outside. My friends told me I was imagining things, that I needed to get more rest, but I knew what I heard. One night, the knocking changed. Instead of 3 taps, it was a slow, dragging sound, like fingernails scraping across the glass. I froze, unable to move, as the sound grew louder, more insistent. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited for it to stop. When I opened my eyes, the room was silent. I got up, heart pounding, and looked out the window. This time there was something there. A faint outline pressed against the glass, gone in an instant when I blinked. I moved out the next week, leaving the apartment and the window behind. But sometimes, when the night is quiet and the air is still, I think I hear it again. 3 soft taps, somewhere just out of sight. The smell in the hallway. The hallway outside my apartment always smelled faintly of old carpet and cleaning chemicals, the kind of scent you stop noticing after a while. But one evening, as I came home from work, I caught a new smell, sharp and sour, drifting from somewhere down the corridor. At first I thought it was just someone's cooking gone wrong, maybe burnt cabbage or spoiled milk. I hurried past, holding my breath, and tried to forget about it. But the smell lingered, growing stronger each day, seeping under my door and clinging to my clothes. I asked my neighbors if they noticed it, but most just shrugged or shook their heads. The woman in 3B said she thought it was coming from the vents, maybe a dead mouse or something stuck in the pipes. The landlord promised to look into it, but nothing changed. After a week, the smell was unbearable. It was thick and cloying, making my eyes water and my stomach turn. I started sleeping with the window open, even though the nights were cold, just to get a breath of fresh air. One night, I woke to the sound of footsteps in the hallway, slow and shuffling, stopping just outside my door. I lay still, listening as the footsteps moved on, fading into the distance. In the morning, the smell was worse than ever, heavy and sweet, almost like rotting flowers. I decided to find the source. I walked the length of the hallway, sniffing at each door, feeling foolish but desperate. The smell was strongest near the end of the hall, outside the door of the apartment that had been empty for months. I knocked, half expecting no answer, but the door creaked open at my touch. The apartment was dark, the air inside thick with the sickly scent. I stepped inside, covering my nose, and called out, but there was no response. The living room was empty, the furniture covered in dust. In the kitchen I found the source, a bag of garbage left to rot, forgotten in the corner. Relief washed over me, mixed with disgust. I dragged the bag outside, scrubbing my hands raw when I was done. The smell faded after that, replaced by the familiar scent of old carpet and cleaning chemicals. But sometimes, late at night, I thought I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow and shuffling, and I wondered if something else had been left behind, something I couldn't see or smell, waiting in the darkness for someone to notice. The last light in Mariner's Hollow. When I was a kid, Mariner's Hollow was the kind of place you only saw on postcards. A little Maine town with a single blinking stoplight, a diner that served the best blueberry pie in 3 counties, and a harbor full of lobster boats that creaked and rocked in the fog. My family moved there when I was 8 after my dad lost his job in Boston. He said we needed a fresh start, and Mariner's Hollow was where his own father had grown up, so it felt like coming home, even if I'd never been there before. The house we moved into was old, a white clapboard thing with a wraparound porch and a widow's walk that looked out over the water. My mom called it charming. My dad called it a fixer-upper. I called it creepy, but only to myself, because I didn't want to seem like a baby. The house had a smell, old wood, salt, and something else. Something sweet and rotten that never quite went away, no matter how many windows we opened. The first summer, I made friends with the other kids on our street. There was Tommy, whose dad ran the bait shop, Sarah, who could skip rocks farther than any boy, and the twins, Mark and Molly, who were always finishing each other's sentences. We rode our bikes everywhere, played hide and seek in the graveyard behind the church, and dared each other to run up to the old lighthouse at the edge of the cliffs. The lighthouse was the one place we weren't supposed to go. It had been abandoned for years, ever since the last keeper, Old Man Greeley, disappeared one stormy night. The grown-ups said it was dangerous, that the stairs were rotten and the whole place could collapse at any moment. But that just made it more interesting. We'd sneak up there after dark, flashlights in hand, and tell ghost stories while the wind howled around us. It was on one of those nights, late in August, that we saw the light. We were sitting in a circle at the base of the lighthouse, passing around a bag of stale marshmallows, when Sarah pointed up and said, "Look, the lantern room at the top of the tower," which had been dark for as long as any of us could remember, was glowing with a pale, flickering light. It wasn't the steady beam of a working lighthouse, but something weaker, like a candle guttering in the wind. We stared at it, mouths open, until Tommy said, "Maybe someone's up there." Mark and Molly started whispering about Old Man Greeley's ghost, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. But Sarah, who was braver than the rest of us put together, said, "Let's go see." We crept up the spiral stairs, our footsteps echoing in the dark. The air inside the tower was cold and damp, and the walls were covered in graffiti and peeling paint. When we reached the top, the door to the lantern room was ajar, swinging gently in the breeze. The light inside was brighter now, almost blinding, and for a moment I thought I saw a figure standing in the center of the room, tall and thin, with eyes that glowed like coals. Then the light went out and the room was empty. We ran all the way home, not stopping until we were safe in our own beds. The next morning we swore we'd never go back, but of course we did. The light came back every night after that, always at the same time, always flickering like it was struggling to stay alive. We started to notice other things too. The air around the lighthouse grew colder, even on the hottest days. The grass on the cliffs turned brown and brittle, and the gulls stopped nesting there. Sometimes we'd find dead fish washed up on the rocks, their eyes wide and staring, their mouths open in silent screams. The grown-ups pretended not to notice, but we could tell they were scared. My dad stopped going out on the water after dark, and my mom started locking all the doors and windows before bed. The other kids' parents did the same. The whole town seemed to shrink in on itself, as if everyone was waiting for something to happen. One night, I woke to the sound of footsteps on the porch. I got up and looked out the window, but there was no one there. The next morning, I found wet footprints leading from the front steps to the back door, and a trail of seaweed tangled in the doormat. My dad said it was just a stray dog, but I could see the worry in his eyes. The light in the lighthouse grew brighter, and the air in town grew heavier, thick with the smell of salt and decay. People started to leave, first the summer folks, then the families who'd lived in Mariner's Hollow for generations. The school closed early that year, and the diner stopped serving pie. One by one, my friends left, until only Sarah and I remained. We made a pact to stick together no matter what. We spent our days exploring the empty streets, our nights watching the lighthouse from my bedroom window. The light never went out now. It burned all night, casting long, twisted shadows across the water. Then one night, Sarah didn't show up. I waited for her on the porch until the sun came up, but she never came. Her house was empty, her parents gone. I was alone. That night, the light in the lighthouse was brighter than ever, a white-hot glare that lit up the whole town. I couldn't sleep, so I got dressed and walked down to the harbor. The boats were gone, the water black and still. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me, slow and heavy, but when I turned, there was no one there. I walked up the path to the lighthouse, my heart pounding in my chest. The door was open, the stairs lit by a pale, flickering glow. I climbed to the top, my hands shaking, and pushed open the door to the lantern room. Sarah was there, standing in the center of the room, her eyes wide and empty, her skin pale as moonlight. The light swirled around her, twisting and writhing like a living thing. She turned to me and smiled, but it wasn't her smile. It was something else, something cold and hungry. "Come see," she whispered, her voice echoing in the empty room. "Come see the light." I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The light wrapped around me, cold and wet, and I felt myself slipping away, my thoughts growing dim and distant. I saw faces in the light: Tommy, Mark, Molly, Old Man Greeley, all staring at me with empty eyes. I don't remember how I got home. I woke in my bed, the morning sun streaming through the window, the house silent and still. My parents were gone, the town empty. The only sound was the distant tolling of the lighthouse bell, calling me back. Now I sit on the porch every night, watching the light in the lighthouse. It burns brighter with each passing day, and I can feel it calling to me, pulling me closer. Sometimes I see Sarah standing at the top of the tower, her eyes shining in the darkness. Sometimes I hear her voice in the wind, whispering my name. I know I should leave, but there's nowhere left to go. The roads out of town are gone, swallowed by the fog. The boats have vanished, the harbor empty. The only way out is through the light. If you ever find yourself in Mariner's Hollow, and you see the lighthouse burning in the night, turn away. Do not look at the light. Do not listen to the voices. And whatever you do, do not go up the stairs. Because once you see the light, it never lets you go.